anything for you, but she could tell you like it was, too. I'll tell you that. I mean, she just wasn't going to be just downright ugly to you, but you know she meant business when she got talking.
Yeah, it's like my grandpa. I can only remember one butt whooping he ever gave me. He told me to do something. I stuck my tongue out at him, and the man was 6'6". I went out there running across the yard, trying to get away from him. I guess I thought I was moving. I was probably 5 or 6. Boy, he took about 3 steps to catch me and tore me up. That was about the best memory that I have of him, to be honest with you. It's definitely funny.
A5SWT. Speaking of sticking tongue out of somebody, I got to tell you this. I hope Kelly's listening over here, because everybody will get a good laugh at this. Of course, I joke around about not being able to see and being blind and all that. But, you know, all my family and friends, they joke around with me, and I have a good sense of humor about it and go on. Well, my daughter, like I said earlier, she's at band camp this week. So she FaceTimed us earlier and was talking to her mom about it. I was out on the porch and I heard them talking. I couldn't. She's talking to her sister, and she's getting a room with one of her friends that she's in band with. So they were all talking, and I walked up behind Mandy and I leaned over the couch. I said, "Hey, Laney, you want to see me?" Next thing I know, Mandy said, "Why are you sticking your tongue out at him? It ain't like he can see it."
Goodness.
I thought that was pretty funny myself. But anyway, well, at least you'll get a break from working this coming up week.
5MPJ. Yeah, feel good to get away from them nuts up there for sure. That whole place. Doesn't matter if you're homeless or doesn't matter if you're a politician. They all nuts. I imagine y'all do have quite a few homeless people hang out around there, don't you? Yeah, they come up there and try to find places to sleep, but there's about 6 of us that fly drones on shift. That's got infrared on them, so they get in them dark spots. We just light them up, we can see where they're at, and we go out there and run them off.
That's definitely mobile. Made it through another night. Left her in good hands, though. Y'all go ahead and carry on. I didn't mean to bust it up. I just want to let you know I'm out here headed down the road. How do y'all run y'all's, driver's license and what am I trying to think of here? Once, record checks and stuff. Do y'all have to run them through state police, or y'all got some way y'all can run them there on the terminal?
We're actually a full-fledged police department, so we've got our own dispatch and own terminal and everything a normal police department would have. great place to get your money up when you get ready to retire, since the states base our retirement on our 3 highest paid last years. So good for that, and it's good for if you just got a few years left before you can retire out. Find you something else to do, that way you ain't playing in the street all night anymore.
Yeah, I heard that. Usually not too much goes on, but when it does, it all usually breaks loose pretty quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, it usually don't take long. I was at C.A.R.E.N County for about 10 years, and I went over there for about a year with Kelly. That's how I met him, and then once they shut that department down over there, I ended up in Alexander for about 7 years, and now I'm up here. But I got about 8 more to go, and I will be done. Somebody want to talk to me, they can come talk to me at Home Depot. I count light bulbs or something.
Yeah, I heard that. Go ahead there, Roger. He said he's going to count light bulbs.
You know, that's not a bad deal. After the main part's over with, go burn count light bulbs or straighten up the boxes of screws. You know, I think I could handle something like that. Ain't gotta pay a bill. Most of my stuff's paid for, so all I gotta do is just keep the lights on.
Apparently they're getting ready for this detail, whatever they're going to do. Heard Little Rock Central did something about that. A couple of people's been texting her wanting to know what Mac channel that everybody's on, so I don't know what's going on. I guess we'll soon find out. Nick, I guess y'all are on A5FM up there, aren't you? Y'all got a talk group on A5FM?
We're on A5FM up there.
That's what I thought. Well, at least y'all needed some assistance. You at least communicate with everybody once they got there.
In our rat packs, we've got state police programmed in there, so we got all their channels. We've got Little Rock's channels and North Little Rock channels, I know for sure.
That's real good. does the Capitol Police, do they got anything to do with like governor security too, or does that fall under all ASP?
PJ. Yeah, the governor security's all state police guys.
See her though from time to time, right?
Out every day. I know the lieutenant governor, she's got detail attached to her as well.
Those are good jobs to have.
We had one of her detail leave from her and come over to us because the actual police department itself pays better. Matter of fact, every time we go to put in for a raise for our department, usually the old colonel for state police comes up there throwing a fit because we start out more than their troopers did at one time.
I will be very interested in the future, if you know what I mean. You did tell somebody ahead of time, I guess, didn't you?
Yes, sir. That's been handled.
W5RHS.
Hey, Kelly, does this mic sound all right to you? Fine. I ordered me a desk mic, so I'm sitting quite a bit away from it. That's why I was curious.
It has a little hollow sound to it, but, you know, it's all right. It's not too bad. I usually try and aim them at me when I had them.
Didn't know if these had little boosters or something like that in it to help modulate it a little better.
Ones I think of them, yeah, they are power mics. I want to say they have even has little variables on the bottom where you can adjust the mic gain, but it sounds fine like it is as far as loudness.
In on the bass, W5DI.
Just flipped it over and looked. I've got a volume knob on the bottom. I didn't even notice it down there.
Good deal.
right there at W5DI. PJ. Yeah, I'm still around. I forgot all about it. I got in here in the house. Of course, had 2 Amazon packages. One put one place and one put in another place. So I just now got in here and got me a cup of coffee and sat down. I figured I'd holler at you on my desk mic. It's a Motorola mic on an ICOM 2-meter. An ICOM mic that I actually picked up off of Amazon, believe it or not. I had the ICOM radio. It's that old V8000 that they had years ago. It's old. It's been sitting there running nonstop for the last 15 years. But I bought it back in the 90s, I think. But anyway, I ordered Motorola desk mic, so I got one and found somebody wired up for me. Yeah, that's what I got running as a base station here, the old ICOM 5061. Does pretty good. Be workhorses, this and they never missed a lick. It did get to where when you turn it off, the screen goes blank, but it stays lit up green. The light on it doesn't never shut off anymore, so I took it out of the vehicle, but I was ready to run the battery down. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll just set it on the table on the power supply and let it run 24/7. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Whatever happened to Kelly and them? They're probably trying to get situated up there. Get stuck in the refrigerator and can't get it out. Some man's gotta eat. Point there. Don't get into my bologna sandwich I left there. Nothing wrong with a good fried bologna sandwich.
Good morning from W5DI.
Fat for a reason. Fat. I'd like to be. Everybody in my family that lean on back to my great-great-grandpa was just as skinny as a rail and never could gain no weight. And I said, I'd like to get up at least about 200, 225, somewhere along in there, and just know what it felt like. Then I could say I eat well. I can walk and buy a cheeseburger and gain 10 pounds just looking at it. I ain't even got to touch it. Could eat 2 jumbo cheeseburgers and fries to go with them and drink a large drink at the same time, you know, and that was what I'd get when I'd go to one of these, you know, McDonald's or Wendy's, one of these places like. But that was 20 years ago. Now I can eat 1 burger, but I can't eat the fries. It's got to be regular, it can't be jumbo. If it's jumbo, I can only eat half of it. Fries, I had to wait to save him for another meal. Yeah, if I ate that much food at one time, I'd be ready for a nap pretty quick. It's so busy and I've eaten a little so long, I think my belly shrunk now. Man, I can't even hardly get started good till I've done full and can't stand to hold another bite, and half my meal's still laying there on the table in front of me. And I'm thinking, there's something wrong with this picture. I didn't want to leave you hanging out there, but I'm going to get back on side. I got to let my know again and open these 2 Amazon boxes and see what's in them, if I got everything. Well, I'm usually up pretty late, so get bored later, just holler. KG5DPK. That's heavy.
N5CG.
Kelly, you still on there?
Here.
Way on your computer to open a Astro 25 CPS plug.
Ooh. I don't have any. I don't think so. No. Yeah, that's a A5FM, isn't it?
Yes and no. With the program I got, you can actually look at an 800 plug, but you can also program VHF and stuff with it as well.
Yeah, I know that they make them in those top radios in all those frequency bands. No, I don't have anything that advanced. I sure don't.
N5CG monitoring.
W5RHS.
C5MPJ. Yeah, I'm just sitting there.
Hey, where'd you find that desk mic for that ICOM? Was it on eBay or something like that, or what kind was it?
It was Amazon, I believe. Hold on, let me check my purchase. I think that's where I got it from. I'll send it to you.
Amazon? I'll be danged. Okay.
Send it to you.
It just landed. Okay. Kind of pricey.
Yeah, they're kind of proud of it. Something a little different than just a mic laying around, so figured I'd get this and swap it out. At least it looks better sitting in there.
Damn, I kind of wish we had a desk mic on this radio here.
That one's that PM400 or whatever, ain't it?
On it. Got a Motorola. It was a new one. No, I'm talking about it's a TYT Moto Turbo. You know, it's a 9600, but it ain't mine. I still sometimes wish they had a desk mic for it, though. As long as some of the other individuals on some of the other shifts didn't lay a book on it.
I'll be able to get on eBay and find you a cheap one on there somewhere and just use it and take it later.
Well, I got a desk mic on my 9600 at the house, but I had to go a roundabout way of doing it. They have these real pretty, nice, audio grade microphones on Amazon, or no, it's eBay. eBay, I'm sorry. Maybe it's both. But anyway, they look like what the old style ones that singers used to sing into, and they got this nice big bass. You know, it's got a knob for the audio and what have you. Anyhow, and it's wired for a regular Cobra CB radio. It's got a frequency response from 40 hertz to 40,000 hertz, so it's, you know, high fidelity, right? found this vendor on eBay who makes adapters from Cobra to whatever. I have one for a Cobra to a Yaesu dual band. It's a little plug that just plugs on the end of that cord, so you don't have to rewire anything. I got another cord for go from Cobra to TYT 9600. I got another one for crud. I got 3 or 4 of them. Oh yeah, to a TYT dual bander, and it's a quad bander to a TYT quad bander. Can't remember the number of it. You know, and each one of them, he can make it, if he can get the wiring diagram, he can make it from Cobra to whatever, and you don't have to solder anything. You just take your regular microphone and plug it into that adapter cable, plug it in the radio, and you're ready to go.
Amazing what you can do. Put your mind to it.
Like I say, it's awesome, man. I love that desk mic. And like I say, you can turn it up to where you can hear somebody at the other end of the house if you wanted to, or just keep it way down low. It's got mine is black chrome, got the black chrome head on. I'll see if I can send the listing to you, that you look at it. I like it. You know, I like the frequency response. Like I say, it's from 40 hertz to 40,000 hertz, which is way beyond communication range, you know. So the only thing that would cause low fidelity would be your transmitter. That's the only thing limiting your fidelity.
You get into bands up that high, what are you actually listening to at that point?
It's nothing. But most of these radios, they really run out of steam about 10 kilohertz. And they may not even make it much beyond 5, you know, for its communications. But I'm just saying that it sounds good and clear. It's real clear. It doesn't have a muddy, hollow sound to it. It's like you're standing in the room with the person talking to them face to face. Stand by for incoming.
PJ. I can go 3307, something west.
That thing's a chunk of metal. Only mine's black chrome. I didn't pay, that's not the same vendor I had. I didn't pay, in fact, it was a good bit less than that. And that was the first one that I run across there. But it's heavy. I mean, that base of that thing is made of metal. It is heavy. It's not flimsy.
Heavy, but it's cool looking. Definitely got that old school look to it, for sure.
Adjustable. It's like what you see that looks like something Elvis would sing in back in the 50s. Two knobs. One is the modulation and the other is the tone control. So you can tailor it to where it sounds best to your voice.
If you look at that stuff that I sent you a while ago, screenshots.
That's interesting, yeah.
Trying to find some answers to the question I asked you, and I'm not able to get a definite answer anywhere as far as will it work, brick it, or whatever.
Got to be real careful. Otherwise, there'll be a panel light up somewhere that'll say, warning, warning, intruder alert, intruder alert, red alert, red alert.
Sounds like some Will Robertson stuff to me there.
Yeah, I know. I used to watch Lost in Space.
It just makes me feel my age.
person I told you about, he'd be about the only one that could know whether it could be done or not, that I personally know of. Well, I know a couple of people that might, but one is here in Central Arkansas and the other lives in the other part, at the extreme western edge of the state.
Well, inquiring minds would like to know for sure.
See if I'll contact him and see if I can get him to get in touch with you, or vice versa. Oh boy, I just checked my email. Happy, happy, joy, joy. I get a 1% raise. What am I going to do with all that money?
And all over Facebook, let her know that you appreciate it.
Mercy, yeah.
At least you got one.
One?
Every 2 years, we'll get one. They usually give it to the colonel and his bunch.
And it can be tied in with the rest of everybody else.
Thing, but that's not the way it works.
Usually, well, the last time I got a 1%, it boosted me up into the higher tax bracket to where I got still, and it basically it was a net increase of 0, so it was still just enough to be a little behind.
We can call go ahead and give it to you, make you feel warm and fuzzy, and then we're going to take it right back.
That's basically how it's been in the entire time around here. You know, I'm not just specifying here as in here, but you know what I mean. You'll get just enough of a bump to where it's higher bracket, and it's all gone. And well, I remember one year I did make an extra 15 cents. But most of the time, it's between $5 and $10 less.
It ain't no different up there than it is there. It's just a bigger chessboard's all it is. But the same idiots still run it off. Does Hilburn and them not ever get on their radios? I know they went through the class with me on it, I think, if I remember right. Every once in a while I hear Sandy on there.
He was on quite often until he got him a girlfriend. And then now the world, the entire universe, and all of creation itself rotates around her behind.
Battles, either you get loving or you talk to all your buddies on the radio. So I guess you can just flip a coin.
You should do both. Have a girlfriend, wife, or whatever, and talk to your buddies on the radio.
Another question.
People do and can and have. But some people, like I say, the universe and creation itself rotates around or behind. So there you go. And I don't know, let's see, Hilburn, everything he's got is garbage. And he is tighter than 2 coats of paint when it comes to getting any new equipment. And he gets kind of discouraged because he can't get in. He's real noisy and sounds terrible. Well, crud, everything he's got is junk. I'm not talking about, I've told him this. So I'm not talking behind his back. But, yeah, right, whatever. I said, good night. I'll give you something if you'd use it.
Last radio I knew he had was that bow thing that was a bright neon yellow, I think.
I used to talk out of an RF thermos bottle known as a mobile home.
I bet you I've had 40 radios since that first bow thing I got. Matter of fact, I still got that little radio and it works just fine.
There ain't no telling how many handheld radios I have. I play devil trying to find the right charging base for the right one. I have to get, look, nope, that don't fit, and get the next next one, nope, that ain't it, and like, one of these days I'm going to label them all together, label them, what goes what. I want to have a day to kill, but some of the both things now are nothing, there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. I mean, they're good radios. Some people laugh at you when you have them, but I got some, man, there's not a thing in the world wrong with them, Blue up sitting up here on my counter as we speak. Got most of them on the charger. I got an HT750, an HT250, an HT1000. I've got that XPS 5000R. I've got two bow things sitting up here, and then I've got this XTS 1500. 750s and 1250s, them HTs, them are good. And them HT1000s are a hoss. You turn the AGC on when you program that thing, turning, the AG automatic gain control on the audio, man, them things are loud. They don't over-deviate either. I mean, if you talk real quiet, it'll pull your voice up. And if you talk real loud, it'll push your voice down. So you're just right there where you need to be. Yeah, I was going to program it up, but the battery's bad on it, and I've got two batteries coming for it that I ordered. And I'm still playing with the 5000R trying to get it to do right. I mean, it's programmed up, but the only problem I got is when I talk on it, it sounds like it's got a lot of static in it. Sounds like it's got an issue inside the radio itself. Is that with the external mic or without? No, I've got a mic that I can put on it. Got the programming and stuff for the HT1000. Good old DOS. I do not. I've been programming everything on Windows 7. I think when you get down to that older equipment like that, you gotta have at least XP, I believe, right? There's a way of doing it. You gotta have it in DOS. I have an XP laptop that I use for some of the older stuff, the 1250s and the PM400 and stuff like that. But it's a bootable flash drive. It's got free DOS on it, I think that's what it's called. And you rig it to where it'll, when you turn it on, you if I remember right, it's been so long, you plug it in there and you have it, as soon as you turn it on, you start pushing one of the F keys, where it will boot from the USB, and it'll boot from that into that free DOS, and you just go in there and command line it, Sit down and get you to show me how to do all that. You have to have a Motorola cable, or I do, and when it works for me, it's one of those that has a DB9 connector on one end, it's got the RJ45 on the other. So the 5000R on the external mic, how's it sound? It sounds not bad. I think the pre-emphasis needs to be turned on that profile. What is it listed under on here? Let's see. Let me go back to these pictures, see if I can pick it out. on those pictures, is it? So let's see, 1022 on what I was thinking about, because this is the 800 radio.
It's the same program to program it or program this one as well. Pull the profile up that I've got on this 5,000 hours. See if I can walk through. Maybe you can tell me which tag to look under or something if I describe it to you.
Look under, okay, we got the zones, I see that. Look under channels. Look under channels. And when you go to the different channel, you have it listed as whatever, like one, I think one says probably 147, 120. When you bring that channel up, that's where you put your transmit and receive frequency in there, correct? Interesting. Anyway, that's where you can go in there and you turn on your full AGC, and you can make sure the pre-emphasis and de-emphasis are both set properly.
Just a second, I'm fixing to read this so I can pull it up so I ain't got to hunt it down. Alright, I'm in the channel menu where you actually enter the receive frequencies and TL tones and all that good stuff.
Look for the standard pre-emphasis, de-emphasis, you know. emphasis and then receive de-emphasis, yeah.
Alright, both of those are turned on.
Ready? Well, good. Maybe it's just with that radio, it's interesting. What about the AGC for audio? You know, transmit modulation. Does it say anything about that? It should. Compression, full compression, or full AGC, or AGC on transmit only.
And all that. I know the receive emphasis was already checked, but the transmit was not. So I went ahead and checked the transmit.
Good deal. That's what you needed right there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, in fact, I know you needed the transmit emphasis because otherwise it sounds muddy.
We're right back to it and see if it makes a difference.
Cross your fingers here.
Back on the handheld, no external.
A.M. Good morning.
From W5DI.
Alright, how about now?
It's good and clear. You know, you get a little closer to it or get that AGC turned on, but it sounds much better. Mucho better.
That's what we like better.
Good there. Best I've heard that radio. I knew I heard that. I said, man, the pre-emphasis is not turned on that transmitter. That's what it was. People some people make fun of me because I can hear pretty good, but sometimes it's useful.
Like old mechanics, man. Fire a car up and listen to it for a minute, and they can tell you exactly what's wrong with it.
I've seen some that can do that. My uncle was one that could do that. He was a World War II vet. He could tell you, shoot, he could tear one apart and put it together in his sleep. I mean, just sit there and just be talking to you the whole time, not having to worry about doing anything, just taking it apart and then putting it, working it over and putting it together, and just never miss a beat there. Not have to look at a book or anything.
Personally, I'm one that's got to have a book, but usually if I read it, I understand what I'm reading, so that's always helpful.
Well, I don't think my uncle, if he was alive today, would be able to do these newer vehicles, but these older ones, before they became too computerized, man, it was nothing. Of course, like I said, he was a mechanic during World War II. Over there overseas, and he had to keep all kinds of equipment running, so like he learned how that stuff worked.
Days, all you have to do is just keep the squirrels fed, keep them running on that wheel.
Oiled. He said oil's cheaper than parts. Oil, keep oil in it, keep it changed when you can. The main thing is keep oil in it. Don't run without oil. Oil's cheaper than parts. That's one thing that they instilled into him in the military. It was oil was a lot cheaper than parts.
Now parts are cheaper than oil.
Pretty much. Miss him. He used to live down there at Sheridan. Lived down there for many, many years. Uncle Joe, sure miss him.
You all got somebody, my man.
Sad thing of it is, a lot of my family, all my family and I grew up with, heck, a lot of my friends too. Yeah, I got more of them up yonder now than I do down here.
Yeah, I ain't got nobody left but my mom, my dad, one brother, and my grandma. That's all I got left down here.
Mom and my brother and sister, you know, maybe a handful of cousins. All my aunts, well, I have one aunt and one uncle left. That's it. Everybody else has moved on.
All you can do is what you can do in this life, and hope when we're done, we've got a better life to go to.
You got that right. I know where most of those folks went. I just gotta make sure I go. Anywho, let's see. When did I get a tornado warning? ain't me. Right in my location. This isn't, I don't even know what county this is for. Decatur. You ever heard of Gravette? G-R-A-V-E-T-T-E, Decatur in Maysville. What state is that?
Decatur's here. What county it's in, but I know Decatur and Gravitt's here.
Okay. Interesting. I could figure out if I could get to where I could see the whole bulletin, you know, instead of the condensed version. I could actually, you know, get the printout, but I can't do it.
Decatur is 16 miles west of Bentonville and 13 miles north of Solemn Springs.
Okay. That was from them tornadoes up there in northwest Arkansas.
Looking at the National Weather Service radar, it's not showing anything up there. Everything's down towards Louisiana, around Shreveport and that area.
It came through a while back. I'm just going through my emails, and I got an email from a tornado warning. It wasn't current. Thankfully, it's not current anyway.
Looks like good folks down there in Austin and San Antonio are getting hammered pretty good, though.
Oh boy, Austin, huh? Email in a few days. I got 424 emails to go through.
That's quite a few.
Percent of them can be thrown away or nothing, you know. gonna get one of those radios, I hope. One of them Optimuses.
Yeah, I believe I am. I'm just curious if it'll work real good in them buildings up there, because some of these little handhelds I got, think I can get a radio station on them, but I can't hit a repeater from inside them concrete block walls.
Phone coverage up there.
Radios run off of 4G, don't they?
3, 4, and 5, something like that. Because how does the cell phones act up there in those buildings?
Capitol itself, they usually work fine, but in one of the lower buildings that we got over there, kind of in a basement, they don't tend to work real well.
Those radios don't pull from any of them. They'll pull from anyone that can pull in. It'll pull from T-Mobile, Verizon, or AT&T. Anyone that it can get a signal from is one it'll lock on to.
AT&T service up there usually does pretty good, and a lot of guys can sit down there and get it with that. I've got Verizon, and it's spotty down there in the lower parts, but once you get up there on the upper side of the Capitol, it works just fine.
I got Verizon.
It started out as Altel, and they forced me to change to Verizon whenever they sold out.
I know, same here.
Matter of fact, I got an email from Verizon the other day that congratulated me on 20 years of service with them.
Or is it doing on that Mac 13 again?
Is that a county Mac 13 you're listening to?
They're all PD, but they're on Mac 13. The Mac channel from till about 4 o'clock, so they're got something going on. Who knows?
Speaking of being on the wrong channels, you catch all that traffic that come through, I want to say it was yesterday evening. Bunch of cussing and hollering, something like a couple in there fighting or something.
And I had to turn the wind scatter down.
Did you catch all that traffic? I want to say it was either yesterday or the day before. There was some old boy got on there, was hooping, hollering, and cussing, sounded like he was in there fighting with somebody.
What, was he on Hammer Radio or A-Win?
Come through the 120 repeater.
Darn it, you don't have to have a time, do you?
I do not. Like I said, I was just sitting here, and then shortly after, it sounded like maybe you got up and turned something off. and then it stayed off for a couple hours, and I heard it get keyed in and kick back on later.
I've done that in my sleep. I have been known to do that, you know, as far as shutting something off when something ridiculous comes on. Daggone it, I'd like to have heard that. Well, I don't want to hear it, but I'd like to know what it was about. I do want to hear it on the archives if it comes through, if it came through.
It had been yesterday evening, maybe between 5 and 10 maybe.
Yesterday, meaning Saturday night or evening?
Correct. Yeah, 117, so I guess it is Monday, so yeah, Saturday.
I have to know what date to look in on the Broadcastify archives.
Saturday would have been the 6th.
Of RHS.
C5 NPJ.
You reprogrammed that radio. How well were you hearing? I mean, did the repeater sound okay to you? I mean, I know you sounded good on the repeater itself coming this way.
Sounds fine coming back this way.
Good deal. When you programming, I've learned the hard way. I just got to remember to always make sure that pre-emphasis, de-emphasis is checked appropriately. bunch up there.
Do what now?
Yes, sir. Your guys up there at the Capitol on the A-Win scanner here.
I guess our stuff ain't encrypted, huh?
I guess not. I can hear it. It says Capitol Police. They did some property checks. They show such and such, some building, I can't remember now. 10-4. I said, nope. And the guy said 10-4.
Yeah, probably 1100 North Street.
The first peep I've heard out of them tonight.
Yeah, night shift is usually pretty quiet. You hear anything pop up on them, it's usually the patrol unit roaming around. The building guys, they just walk around and don't really do a whole lot. Play on their phones most of the night.
Just in case. You know. You're there just in case.
It being the weekend, there probably ain't, but 4 or 5 of them anyway.
N5CG.
Does it get up there at the dispatch, like during bad weather, like tornado warning, stuff like that?
It don't. It doesn't get bad at all.
Most places, it's all you know what comes at you from all angles. I know around here, I hate the day a tornado warning comes through here. Oh my gosh, you gotta call all these number of people immediately, and at the same time, all these people are calling you. You gotta call them, and all the people are calling you. I want to know, where's the tornado? Why is sirens going off? What do we need to do? Do we need to evacuate it? Ugh.
You've got all those folks that stay over an old nut hut. And, you know, you can't leave them around because most of them ain't in their right mind. So I can see why they'd be calling, trying to get ahead of everything and get them moved around to where up there everybody's normal. They ain't got dementia and all that good stuff, so they can pretty much fend for themselves and get down in the basement.
Well, hopefully the dispatch does let y'all know, say, hey, we do happen to have a tornado warning for our area. Might want to keep a lookout.
They look at it, that building's been there for 110 years and will be there for another 110.
I'll let y'all know.
All the warnings come across our phones anyway, so that's how we find out.
I want to know, and especially if one's being seen, I'm hoping there's somebody around there taking pictures.
You know that? I forgot to send you that video. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick, and I'll send you a picture of that tornado coming across there.
Will be good to see.
MPJ. Yeah, I found the videos where we were standing outside, but I ain't found the one with the actual tornado coming across yet. It was March 31st of 23.
Tore up all of southwest Little Rock, wasn't it?
Tore up everything over there. We ended up having to go over there and search houses.
N5CG.
I want to start off with an Optimus. You might want to start off with one of them other ones. But I think you'll like the Optimus, or at least I'm looking forward to you getting one.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at, and I think that's the one that I'm going to go with. I'm not real sure how, if the thing makes phone calls or not. It said something about does phone something on there.
Capable of it, but I don't know how to do it.
I'm probably going to go ahead and order it whenever I get my end of my monthly bills taken care of, and I got a little extra cash. I'm going to go ahead and order it. Looks like it takes about 10 days to get it, or longer.
Saying they're having to order them, and there's still an import delay or something.
They said it's about 7 to 10 days before they get their hands on it, and then whenever they get it, I guess they slap whatever name you want to call it in it, and do their firmware upgrade and then ship it to you.
You like it. You definitely like it. Loud. They get very, very loud if you need them to.
What all is it capable of doing as far as radio stuff?
Meter 440 from I think 136 to 500 and something, basically no skips. You know, you can crossband repeat. It will crossband repeat from the PLC to 2 meter or 440. Like say you could set up as a crossband repeater, and if you had another radio, say you were on our channel, or you could just talk from your radio to that radio through the PLC system, and then it would route it over to the 120 repeater. And then when you unkeyed, you'd hear what somebody says on the 120 repeater come back to you on the PLC system, wherever you are in the world. You know, if you have cell coverage there.
N5 MPJ. Very interesting.
To let you borrow my secondary radio, which is going, unfortunately, it's PLC only. But it kind of introduced you to it. Basically, it's as close to A5FM as civilians can have.
Yeah, I don't think they should encrypt anything. I think the public should be able to hear just about any and everything as far as normal stuff and stuff. Now, if they got the most special stuff that they're going to do and don't want civilians to hear, I can see where they could switch it for that. But just for normal day-to-day operations, it ought to be wide open for anybody to hear.
How I figure it, but, apparently they got paranoid or something, or they got something to hide.
When I was at the county in Warrants, I wouldn't want anybody hearing that I was checking out at their address, but if I was just doing a normal traffic stop, I really wouldn't care a whole lot, because the chances of somebody having a scanner in their car is slim to none.
Makes you wonder why, what are they hiding?
As long as I've got my radios for work and stuff like that, I can hear all the A5FM stuff, but like I said, most of it's just the same normal stuff that you hear from day to day anyway. It's just, for some reason, they wanted it encrypted, I guess.
I would like to know what the real reason is.
Me too. Give you the Juneteenth holiday up there. It's on a Friday.
They do, I hadn't heard about it. I'm surprised they don't, but if they do, I hadn't heard about it. I guess they do you. I
get Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day. Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and New Year's Day.
I thought you got all holidays and all that stuff.
N5CG.
Normally the dispatchers do, but these are the main holidays that they let us off for. The Secretary of State's office. I think I walked on you.
Okay, I said, how good are they at letting a person take their annual time? Some places, they give you all this annual time and vacation time and holiday time and this kind of time and that kind of time, but they get mad if you try and use it.
Time it's hard to take off up there is during sessions. You got sessions every year. This year was a short session where they go in and readjust their budget. Now this coming up January is going to be their big sessions, and it runs about 5 months. So during that 5 months, they usually don't let us off.
Well, it didn't take very long of their session to approve the budget on my raise. I promise you that 1% didn't take very long at all.
Yeah, their financial session is only about 90 days, if that. They try to get in and get it done because it's strictly budget. They're not trying to run any bills or any of that mess through, so they just readjust for the budget and then move on. That way they can go back to wherever.
I think one time I got a 3%, but most of the time, the whole time, it's always been a 1%.
It was better than nothing, I guess.
The main reason I stay on night shift, that'd be a pretty terrible pay cut going to days.
Yeah, that's why I always worked the overnight shift up there with you, because I got the shift differential and the weekend differential, which helped out a lot.
A little bit of the weekend differential and all the nighttime, and I get most of the holiday differential if it falls on the day I'm supposed to be here, you know, I get that.
Noticed the other night when I come up there, it looks like they boarded up most of them old abandoned ones that are falling in over there.
Only on the front, W5 or HS. But believe it or not, some of them, they must have not put outside plywood on there because a couple of them were already starting to fall off.
Guess they finally had enough nurses over there complaining when they walk at night, tell each other ghost stories and spook them. They finally just put something up there instead of watching them old curtains blow around all night.
Remember now what it was, but something happened. I think some bigwig was coming, and they wanted the place to look good, and they started slapping paint on curbs and buildings and everything, and as soon as
something else over there.
Too much asbestos in it to abate. I don't know how they do it now. I know some of the old ones, they imploded them into themselves, into the basements, and they're buried. All them old buildings there, they're still here. They're just buried. I don't know if the EPA lets a person do all that now or not.
I'm not real sure. I know the old place over there in Alexander, off of 111, it ended up being the same way, because when they shut it down, they just turned off the lights and walked out the door, and then over time they went in there and stole all the copper and stuff out of it. And they were letting firefighters use it for the fire training. They stacked a bunch of bales of hay up in the attic of it up there. Some kids went up there and set it on fire and burnt the entire roof off the entire building.
That sucks. I wonder if they ever, I've wondered what it caused that to fire. I'd wondered. You know, I said that last I heard it was abandoned. You know, I didn't know if it had utilities still hooked to it or not.
Looks just like them buildings out there. And they're tore up, water damage, windows busted out, graffiti everywhere. You couldn't get 3 foot of copper out of that building if you tried. They done went in there and jerked it all out of the walls.
Folks, because you couldn't get me in one of them things by myself. I didn't enjoy being in there anyway. And everywhere, all around I looked, in the upper floor, there's bats. They were deafening. They hurt your ears. And they were flying through the air and circulating around, and where they wasn't flying, they were hanging around looking at you. Man, that's just everywhere.
No, Hilbert was scared to death to go in there. We'd go in that old hospital down there at night and check it. He'd ride that elevator up and down, stick his head out the door, and the next floor he'd go. And he'd come right back out of that building.
Too much weirdness happened in that 70 building, I'm telling you. Too much weirdness happened in that building right next to mine, too. I've had some strange EVP recordings out of that building.
A big building out there. They had all the old padded rooms in it, and they had fingernail claw marks and stuff in the walls. Kind of interesting. I'm sure it's done fell in completely now if they didn't knock it down and bury it on itself.
The scream rooms. I think all those buildings had them. Mercy, that's terrible. I mean, that was back when medical stuff was more torture, stuff like you see in a mad scientist movie or a horror movie more than medicine back in those days.
Rob and Cooper, man, when they were out there, they'd go down there in 70 and slide into that old morgue down there. I wasn't willing to do that. I'm a little too claustrophobic for that.
They would actually get in that thing? Oh my gosh. Mercy. Was it running then? I guess it was cool then. Refrigeration system. I remember we used to have the refrigeration system running for the longest of time. Now I don't think any of that's running now. I'm not sure that building has very much of it even has power now. 70's been abandoned for years.
I don't think the morgue holding part of it down there, when you go in the door, it wasn't running. It was, all the stuff was almost tore out of it, but the whole building still had power in it.
Like as facts of business, somebody, one of them dudes, hey, get on that elevator. I remember he got on there with Sid one time, and he jumped up and down and got that elevator hung between floors, and oh my gosh, Sid was mad.
Yep. Oh, Davis is the one that I was trying to think of the name the other night. Oh, Jason Davis. And his dad out there, his name is Davis.
William Davis, he was the, well, he still is a, what do you call it, concealed carry dude out there where he lives. Yeah, I know William. I remember Jason. Jason passed away.
Yeah, that's him. I didn't know if old William was still out there or not. He was the one that used to come out and check the boards and stuff at night and roam around out there.
I don't remember now what he passed away from.
I want to say it was cirrhosis of the liver.
Wow. He was a young fella. Surely it wasn't alcohol related. It couldn't have been. I mean, well, I guess it could have, but of course there's different types of that.
He liked to drink a lot, but I want to say him and his old lady were going through a divorce or talking about it or something, and it just got worse from there. So I think he just ended up drinking himself to death, to be honest with you.
All poisoning will do it to you.
Not really the way I'd like to go.
Either. Yeah. I can't think of any right way I really want to go.
I want to go quietly in my sleep and not screaming like the passengers in my car.
Be okay, I guess. If you have to go and you're ready to go, you wake up and say, man, house sure looks different today. A lot further walk to the kitchen.
This is true. Yeah, I'm going to step away for a minute and take these dogs outside. They circle me like a bunch of vultures. I'll be back in a minute.
W5RHS.
I'm back, Kelly.
Got them satisfied, huh?
Now, if they bedtime, they all went and laid down.
Now, my turn. W5HS. Back for the moment. W5HS.
Alrighty then.
You'd like to try that tank out to see how that system works in your areas.
Yeah. Like to try it out and see how good it gets out of there for sure.
It doesn't do 2-meter 440. It just does strictly that. But it give you an idea, and the Optimus probably beats better. Of course, I know it costs a lot more. But that's not a bad little radio at all. Well, I'll try and bring it tonight then, if you're out and about.
Probably slide up there. Shouldn't be a problem. Things stay up pretty good.
Life is measured in days, not hours, but days.
We'd like to hear.
That Optimus, I think its standby time is like 7 days, maybe 3 or 4 days of for continuous heavy use.
N5CG.
Lasts longer than my cell phone.
Same here. We got an Oxcom channel on there. You know how we're connected to Arkansas Oxcom right now. You know, this 120 repeater is part of the Oxcom system. Well, there's also an Oxcom channel on that. And it can be tied, they can be, you can, a person like Roger can or I can, either one, can take that radio and cross-band repeat, you know, everything that's on the repeater onto that Oxcom channel. And, you know, that way the two are tied together. It's like patching together and a couple of A-Win channels, you know.
How does the Oxcom system actually work?
Send you that link or didn't I? I don't remember.
Sure, I'd have to dig back through all my stuff to see if I can find it.
It's a bunch of volunteer repeaters that are, most of them are connected with All-Star. Except 120 is not as connected on RF because my microwave is down for right now. They're going to be working on it again pretty soon, I hope. And most of them are connected by All-Star. And there's a bunch of them across the whole state of Arkansas. But the goal is to have repeater coverage statewide. You know, they're capable of it. You know, some of the repeaters are connected full time. Some of them are connected only during bad weather or, you know, events. You know, it's all volunteer stuff like that. It's actually pretty neat. I think it's going to eventually evolve into a part of Atom.
That's cool.
Send you a link. Once again, if I didn't, I apologize, but I know I'll send it now. I'll send it right as soon as I can get logged on to Facebook on the computer here. reports of large flashes of green light. Some even say explosions in the sky. Now that must be meteors.
Someone put a video up of me. PJ, right deep. So I'm guessing the way this works, you sign in with an email address, and whenever they got a net up, you can basically text back and forth, or how does that work?
You check in with the ham.live, but the main thing is just follow what the guy on the net says. There will be time for RF check-ins. A lot of times they don't check in on RF if there's a tornado warning. Now, if there's not, you can check in normal. Just follow what they say, but it's pretty neat.
N5CG.
CAUHF.
W5RHS, KJ5RT.
Got you now. Got a little alternator noise in there with you. He was kind of noisy the first transmission.
First one, I'm down in the hole by the hospital on Shackelford and Canis, and the first one I was on your machine, and then I swapped when it was a little staticky. I swapped to the N5CG for now, till I get up on top of the hill and towards a little closer to you there. But yeah, I'm in my truck. The truck's always got a little alternator noise. It's what happens, I guess, when it's 26 years old.
Mine did that. I had to get a noise thing that went in line right there, you know, where it tapped into the battery. I had to get a noise filter for it. It had some inductors and some other stuff. I can't remember now the name of it, but it took all that out.
Yeah, I need to do something. Right now I'm just plugged into the cigarette lighter. I hadn't taken the time to run a power wire from the battery to it yet.
Okay.
Get 14.18 volts out of the cigarette lighter though, so it doesn't do too awful.
Plenty of juice. Now that's not, since you alternator's putting out more, I don't hear the alternator noise now.
Even better. What you been up to this weekend?
This weekend, I didn't do a whole lot. I stayed around the house.
About the same. Saturday, me and Madeline went out. I worked that Major Taylor 111 race doing communications, and they had me and her plumb down in Tucker, Arkansas, about 1.5 miles from the Varner Supermax. So that was interesting.
Repeater were y'all using?
I was hitting the 940 from down there, but caveat to that is I had my J-pole up on my 33-foot max, so I had a little advantage over everybody.
It was on 9.4. Got you.
And we had the 9.4, the 1.3, not 300 with the 3 that they were using, and then we had a couple of simplex, but mobile driving around, we used A.W.I.N.
A5FM, okay. How'd y'all manage to get A.W.I.N. for that? To the ham people?
Well, Mark does a lot of stuff with the Department of Emergency Management for Pulaski County, so they let him use them as needed for those long events like that when they know that they're not going to have a lot of coverage.
Okay. Well, that's good that they do that, I guess.
Yeah, it made driving around a little bit easier, because when I took when I left my rest stop and I became the tail end and following the bikers, I could still get 940 from my vehicle with my 50-watt radio, but if I was behind a bunch of trees or something like that, it was pretty scratchy, so The hay wind came in handy for those times and things like that.
Imagine. Well, what days are you off this week?
Well, I work at 5 I'm doing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then I'm off Thursday. We got the kids' karate graduation to the next belt on Thursday. And then Friday, we've got our in-law's 50th wedding anniversary. I tried to work, but my wife wouldn't let me. And then I'm going to work a little bit on Saturday just to have a little extra money.
Yeah, so you begged them, please let me work, please, please. Nope.
Oh yeah, I guess it's not too bad. It's just a little dinner, family only. It's not a real big party with a bunch of folks involved. It's just all the kids coming in and the grandkids, so it'll be a private party there, so that won't be too awful. They like Thanksgiving. I can stand that for an hour or so.
Well, later this week, there's a tropical disturbance that's going to move out of South Texas and along the Gulf Coast just to our south. And it's going to be blowing a whole bunch of moisture up here. So it looks like it might bring our rain chances up quite a bit.
Well, I don't like that. Saturday morning, we're supposed to take the kids to Cersei to let them go swimming at my in-laws, or not my in-laws, my parents' house, and see them. Those kids be disappointed if we go up there and they can't get in that swimming pool.
If it's just rain, that's be okay, but if there's any lightning along, I wouldn't do it, you know. It says it's too early to tell exactly how much and where. It just depends on where the disturbance tracks, but some heavy rain seems possible for South and East Arkansas with scattered rain elsewhere. So, there you go.
Roger, roger. Yeah. You know Arkansas weather. I texted my dad Saturday evening. I was sitting in the driveway. I had the 710 out. I was playing around on HF, and I decided to turn the power down on it to 10 watts and see how my 30-foot random wire antenna would do with a tuner. And I was getting every corner of the U.S. on 10 watts. Then I decided to try to get a Slovenia station that was on 20 meters. And I tried him at 10 and couldn't get through. I moved it to 15, couldn't get through. I managed to get him at 25 watts, all the way over there on the other side of the world. So I guess that random wire does pretty good. A5 RT for ID.
Oh, how far have you made it to your wonderful
right in front of Southwest Hospital. So I got about 3.5 miles.
Okay.
Night, I guess.
Can you tell me just a little bit? Say again. You're correct.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thought I heard James in there. Just wanted to say hi to him. Here, for a little bit anyway. Couldn't sleep, so I come out here and work on the webpage again.
Good morning.
Hey, that didn't sound like you for a second until you said webpage. Then it had your voice in it. How are you doing? They told me the short-term N5CG. I'm sure you understand what that is. I've been back in the hospital again. Had my webpage attacked. Had my Facebook wiped. Got to start all over again from scratch. Oh, that don't sound good. I assume you're out of the hospital now? Yep. After 2 trips to radiology, CT, they determined that it was not. Sent me home with a shot and a big old bottle of fat horse pills I had to take that made me feel like crap. I feel great now, and I'm playing on the radio. Actually, sounds pretty good. Or are you on the All-Star node? I was on the FTM 150 with the magic button. Kelly knows that radio. But I decided to just move over here to make sure I wasn't covering anybody or someone was covering me, because I got full telephone duplex on this radioless node. You sounding good for sure. Man, I still gotta get my node fixed to where I could use it on my hotspot. I hadn't pulled it. I hadn't had time to pull it out and play with it and figure out how to switch it over to that I8X connection or whatever it is. Well, you can go through the Raspberry Pi portion of it, log into terminal, and on the main screen, click on, what is that, networks, and add it. It's that simple. And then reboot it, and it'll connect directly to whatever you add. So you put hotspot, home, McDonald's, internet, don't matter. It'll connect to it. And that way you can use it on the fly and use it at home. There had to yawn. You know, the closer I get to the bed, the more I yawn. I don't know what the deal with that is. Kelly's got the same problem. And Steven, if he's doing laundry, he says, hold on a minute, fellas, I gotta go check the dryer. He's gone, he don't come back.
Go ahead and tell him good night.
Oh, mercy. Sleep deprivation is horrible, and I got it real bad. I'm sure you know what trazodone is. He said take 1. If that don't work, take 2. If that don't work, take 3. If that don't work, call me back. So I gotta call him back.
Wow. That's pretty bad, huh?
150 milligrams, and it kind of quit. It worked for a little bit, but I got used to it and it quit working. So, you know, it switched around to different things. I think that's what happens to just about all the meds. Is
your body gets used to it, and you have to bounce around like that in order to continue to get good sleep.
Well, the Dilaudid and morphine and fentanyl, ineffective. My body rejects them all. So she gave me, the last time she gave me 4 milligrams of Dilaudid. I felt an electric shock, and then I got high as a kite for about 15 minutes, and in about 30 minutes it just kind of dulled the pain. It didn't take it away.
Thanks. I'd hate to. I am opiate naive. I've got a good story about taking some hydrocodone one time when I was in my 20s, still living at home. Let's just say I slept for 17 hours on one hydrocodone and forgot to get up and go to the bathroom twice.
Out. First round, 2 back-to-back emergency surgeries. Put my bowels to sleep. They were inactive for a week. Doctor says you can't leave this hospital until you have a movement. That was horrible. So I know all about that. And I don't know what happened, but my body just doesn't like it. Doesn't do what everybody else's does. They says when you're given opioids, they said your reaction to it is like a heroin addict. Someone that's been abusing opioids for many, many years. You got to have huge amounts in order to get the same effect as a tiny drop would do one person. So that kind of sucks to have that condition, but I deal with it and just bite the bullet and let them do what they got to do. So anyways, enough of that health stuff. I feel better. I'm on the mend. I'm at home relaxing, and I'm working on my webpage, and it's looking really good.
And on that note, I am pulling into my neighborhood here, so I'm going to try to get horizontal in the next 15 minutes and see if I can't do some of that elusive sleeping. Kelly, have fun at work. Dave, good luck on that website. Getting the Facebooks back in. I hadn't talked to you on there in a few days. I didn't realize they had gotten wiped again, so I'll try to find you again. Otherwise, set me through for now, and I'll let y'all maybe this afternoon. KJ5.
Have a good one. And Dave, I'll be on the side here in a second. I'm gonna run across the hall. W5 reach it.
Roger that. Kelly, go pay the water bill, and James, I got you on here. I just sent you a link to it, so you're on this one. KC5DJR.
W5DI.
isn't it, Kelly?
N5CG.
Reminds me of that Sprint commercial. You can hear a pin drop.
Good morning.
From W5DI.
C.A.R.E.N. Good morning.
From W5DI. from W5DI.